Three dots. Are you loading or are you waiting for me to press a button? Press the button it is.
Dear reader.
That's me. Yeah. You wait for another button press.
Allow me to introduce you to my book.
Okay. Hi, book. How are you doing?
Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary.
I was hearing the voice twice and I forgot to add my volume up when I was playing Dreamlight Valley.
You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told.
Do I get to tell it?
In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself. It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special.
I'm special? Aww. I'm special. The book says I'm special.
Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be.
Okay, you just have to... Wait. Why'd it go from page 1 to page... What happened to page 2 and 3? I didn't see page 2 or 3. I have my hair stuck in my earpiece and it's tickling my ear.
This is a story about change.
Like changing my underwear, changing the weather, changing... What do we got?
Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader,
Hi, Luca!
he's here for a reason.
What is that reason? Oh, I believe we are playing with Luca. He's a little... What is he? Little antelope? Hey, Dad. How are things? Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died. It's been 6 years now. 12. From here on out, it's math. Yeah. You'll have been gone longer than you were here. Feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Then we buried you with no promise that there would be room for Mom to come when she died. Me too. He got little tears in his eyes. It's cute. Love the art style. Hey, Luca! I knew I'd find you here.
Lolo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I banged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond, climbed up the treehouse, then I knew where to find you.
Lolo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. Wait, is Mom dead too? I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mom's gone too. Ow! Mom's dead too! Never mind. Mom's there too. Oh, wait, hon. She's not gone. Maybe not. She's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's gonna come back, Rolo. Of course she is. Little bastard. Okay, Dad. See you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. You kind of ruined it there, Rolo. Sure, I'll lead the way. Or did he say for me? Did I read that wrong? That I'm leading the way? I'm leading the way. Hold on. Let's say bye to Dad again. All right. Let's see. What the voice? I want the voices to be a little bit louder compared to the music. So far, we know that X is jump. A's jump. A's jump. I'm on an Xbox controller. Oh, let's run through the daffodils, dandelions. Woohoo! Tickle. I get tickle. Bleep bloop. All right, what'd that do? I got tickle.
Wonderful. I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book.
You'd be the only one. Why is that?
That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed.
Okay.
Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Okay. Why'd the dandelions all come back? I was going to try to eliminate them all. I'm not fast enough to eliminate them all. Oh, I missed one up here, damn it. Oh, come running back down here. I missed two over here. Oh, they keep coming back. All right. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh. Not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. All right, I just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you going to tell her? I don't know. Think of something. If it's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kind of wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. I mean, she's old, but she moved in like a year and a half ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself. I won't be long. I'm gonna go take a nap. Tell Gran before heading out with Rollo. Alright, so this is apparently the inventory bag.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude.
I have a feeling you'll be doing it quite a bit, so it's alright.
Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch?
Yep.
There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines.
Okay.
They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing.
Willing to what?
Some of them can be found in this very house.
Like what? Like, do I have to, like, hold it out? Can I jump on the
Since
table?
Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly,
So Mom went missing a year and a half
and
ago?
more covered in flowery fabric.
Can I jump on the table? Can I jump on the table or the couch?
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house,
Fire's
as if by
lit.
grandmotherly obligation.
That was bad. Ponder. So now we have two charms. I forgot to grab me a water, Leo. Can you? No?
One of his father's old
Easily.
stethoscopes.
So Daddy was a So Daddy was a doctor.
Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Okay, can I close that? Oh, I can! Alright, fair enough. Let's just say, am I gonna be like a heathen and not close that?
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
So where's Grandstand?
Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
As Grandma's personal artifacts. What, she come bunking in my room?
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Okay.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner.
What? I couldn't Gran just... Oh my god. Okay.
Luca
Fair
was
enough.
somewhat annoyed by the situation.
I have a feeling you might be part of it. Why couldn't you just, like...
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
And then fucking take up half my bedroom because... Why? Alright.
Just some dusty knickknacks.
I don't get a knickknack. Gran's not even here.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Where the hell did the bed come from? This is the naughty corner. I get sent here to do timeout. Actually, what's over here?
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with a day of the week.
Oh, cheesy crime day, so...
A pair of
She's a
dull
meal prepper.
scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Like, can I do anything with any of these? Like, I can't even select them. So just
Oh
wanted to...
my!
Oh, there she
This
is.
is quite exciting!
What?
I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
Okay.
You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic.
Well, tell me.
You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are
Okay.
certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
And I get to select that with the charm. Is that what I'm getting?
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror. A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
It's not like some special wheelbarrow. When was the last time Grandma had a haircut?
A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
All right, hey Gran. Hey Gran, I'm gonna hang with Rolo for the day. See you later. Hold up now. That sounded like an old lady, didn't it? Hold up now. Where are you and Rolo headed exactly? Oh, nowhere
The
special.
less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
We're just gonna go heart for the day.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
We're just gonna go chill for the day. Fucking Echo?
The best lies are built on truth.
You boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. We stick to what we're good at. Oh, make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy. Impressive.
Hit me with your
You've
stick.
managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything.
So the more charms I get, the
I
more
think it's time
lying.
to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Is that like the Lego Bionicles?
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can
Okay.
see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate.
Oh. Oh.
It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
So I I could just see
We
what.
were just gonna go hide for the day.
We're just gonna go hide for the day. Hide?
Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
Yeah, I guess Rolo bet some other kids that we could beat them in hide and seek. Aren't you a little old for that? It's not like there's much else to do around here. I'll make sure you boys are done playing your little game in time for supper.
All's well that ends well.
So I can hit this again. Do I hit back or... Oh, no, okay. We're just gonna go ponder for the day.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
We're just gonna go ponder for the day. Oh, really? What are you boys going to ponder on such a lovely day
This was Luca's
exactly?
chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering.
Nailed it.
Make sure you don't overburden yourself with a ponderance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Okay, well, we're gonna just go ahead and leave it like that. We're gonna... Oh, Luca? You and Rolo stay out of trouble. That's where it begins. I know. Get in trouble with Rolo. As I just leave the water running. Also, there was no... Well, we are animals, so I guess we could just shit out in the grass, but there's no bathroom. Dude, are you gonna wet yourself? What is it? What is it, Fido? Is Timmy stuck in a well? What is it? Come on! Woo! God dang it, Rolo.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
Big ass sign. You know the drill. I don't. Don't let anyone discover our secret path.
Chapter 2.
The one that he just walked through?
Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost.
Outpost?
It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered. Until the foul harvest and his sudden death.
Wait, who's the foul harvest?
In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
What the hell happened 6 years ago that, I guess, killed my dad too? Well, obviously the path's that way. Let's meet people. You look like a hyena. What's up? Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine Fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure. Come on now, when I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. This sounds pretty alright. You're gosh dang right it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Fucking letting down my fucking hair? Make sure to invite all your little friends. I couldn't keep Rolo away if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, Luke, I gotta get back to proverbial grindstone. Our harvest awaits and all that. Ho now. Would you call it? The left side's a little low. I mean, he's just hanging a sign. I wouldn't necessarily call him a hoe. You look like the town drunkard. What's going on? Sorry, young Mr. Van Horn, I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with preparations, and so far, two people with ponytails. Just all animals have long hair
Mayor
here?
Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I? It's Mayor Valen.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to concerned citizens. Huh? It's nothing. Keep at it. Alright, what can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you? So it is the town drunk. Oh, just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day to you, too, young Mr. Van Horn. Alright, let's see what all kind of nifty stuff I can get into around here. Do I get something for standing up here? Nope. Is that it? Okay. Apparently I'm cool now. Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment? It's just Luca. Golly, I'm sorry. It's my first week at the perennial harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
It's just Luca. Wonderful. It won't happen again. If we're going to be on first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Hey, Pete. Nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be part of something so darn special. You know, it's not just about the new fountains and phone booth. We got a phone booth? We're going to change the world. I gotta sneeze. And it starts here, in Beacon Pines. Isn't it amazing? Uh-huh. Anyway, I better get... Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. If we're going to change this town, we need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense, just like camping. So what do you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick, wonderful. Open to answering a few quick questions. One down. See, it's not that hard, is it? Oh, okay, we're going already. Question 2. What is something you love about Beacon Pines? Never really thought about it before. Perfect! It's the only place I've lived. See, that wasn't so
Pete
painful.
stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing down everything? Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Our harvest awaits. Okay. Come on, Andy. Grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy. I can't. Do it or we pound ya. Yup. Or yup. Either way. Yeah, but my mom said, yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every yeah, but, I'd be a freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yup. I'm not gonna take his wallet. Hey, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
You, Mr. Sinclair. Bah, don't you see me sleep? Don't you see I'm sleeping, boy? How's the nap today? Crummy as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here. Till Perennial Harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. But there you go. To the secret! Hi. Hey, Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I reeled one in. But hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the reel. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener. Oh, it's Dad's chair.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh. Hi, Dad! What are you doing, Dad? Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo. I did say I was not going to do voices, but so far I think it's like my third voice I've given.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
Tickle
Luca
bait.
gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
I got tickle bait, Dad. Give a good cast now. You have to reel it a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. Yeah.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
What the hell does my dad have in the tackle box? Easy there, buckaroo. You don't know your own strength. Do it again, Dad. Don't
Luca
worry.
gently baited a good for skimming the surface.
You just sit there. I'll keep fucking this up. I got a fucking rubber duck. Well, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up. Thanks, Dad.
Luca tied a what fish could resist.
Let's put some junk on here again. Do. And it's a boot. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope the other boot at least has a sock to keep it company. Looks like we could use some new bait. What do you say we head out and find some more? Okay. Can I use the boot as bait? Are you coming with me, Dad? Are you coming with me? Is this how you died? He apparently died finding bait. Mission control. Authorized personnel only. Well, now you're just announcing where your place is at. Oh, yeah. I wonder where the super secret hideout is. Is it over here? Over here where this junk pile's at?
The boys had a good thing going. As long as they kept old Jeff happy, they had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Come on, I want to look cool. Already out of coffee. cool.
After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
Holy crap, who's all gone live? Alright, Rollo.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens.
Probably
He
is.
always thinks it's aliens.
Probably is. Alright, what's up, Rollo? Okay, what's this top secret plan to start our summer? So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the file harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rollo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. I just meant we could do some research at the library. Really want to go into the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mom's out there somewhere, and it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember the time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my paw throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rollo. Now that I think about it. Poking around in a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend my first day of summer. Let's go!
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer.
So instead of putting it in your closet in the house, you just go ahead and toss it here.
With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Please don't put it on. This is a pretty badass treehouse.
Luca looked up at the satellite dish. Rollo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree. While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator, as he'd hoped, it did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over.
Yeah, but, like... what about the weapon on top? Can I jump off and break my ankle? Fine. Let's see. Anything else to look around? Can I lay in the hammock? Alright. I don't know where Rollo's house is at. Is there anything else on the screen? The heart is so cute. Did you see which way Rollo went? There he is. Are you gonna die? I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Oh, wow. Cute little town.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record.
The Beacon.
The Beacon.
It's a fucking echo again? Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard any news about... News? The Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Well, I thought he saw some lights there last night. Rollo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is dangerous, animal. Change. Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for summer? Not really. Or anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. Be safe now. God, you guys are all want to ruin my fun. It's fucking summer break. Hi. Piper? Hey, Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning? Correct. And you're studying? Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. I don't remember that one. Hey, Zariel? Zariel? I guess it's Zariel. Hi, Luca. Could you please tell this lazy butt to go help out in the cafe? Lumi, Zariel would like you to... Luca, let me give you a little gem of advice. If you never do what you don't love, then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. You're really setting the kid up for success. See ya. Can I go into the cafe?
Luca could see the morning regulars nestled in their booths at the Early Bean.
Oh, there's a lizard lady down here.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wandered down the wooden path, unaware of the dangers ahead. Oh, this is getting good. Is that a book about me? What are you two doing? Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Hey, hold on, what's... Thank you for the answer. Wait. Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. I'm guessing Rollo's sister. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Luca, wait up! I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to stand around and be useless. Rollo. So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rollo. Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? Wait, you're not scared? You're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. She's right around the corner, isn't she? Hey, we got in trouble with Rollo. Don't mind me. Just over here lurking. Uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? Couldn't help but notice she snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I want to level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. Well, we all got to pick up slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten, and the rest look like they were hit with Hank's atomic shrinko ray. All the more reasons to keep on digging. There's got to be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luca and I have places to be, so if you don't mind... Oh, I do mind. I'm not going to catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles.
Thought she was harmless.
Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little ass. Oh, chill.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Come on, Roxy. It's the first day of summer. The sun's shining, and we just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. And Pa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. I expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! Well, I tried being chill. So, Fitz, how you doing? What are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool, cool, cool. I didn't know if you wanted to go gather some nuts. Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat. What's this?
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Hey, is that the phone booth? Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. That's great, but I'm actually... Guess Juniper will have to swing by with more of her lovely jams. Uh-huh. Well, I'll let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. You're a horny old man there, Nuncreed. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I need me that woman. I needs it. Gotta go. Sweeter than any jam on earth. Are we still talking about that kind of jam, or are we, never mind.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial
I think there was a
Harvest's
whole other
Beacon
jam
Pines
that he's
Reborn
talking
initiative. It didn't see much use.
No one knows who to call outside of this city. Town. Oh, hey, Luca. Hi, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure, bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes, hey, we're not people! Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into Weep Wood, just be careful where you step. No bug crunching. Got it. Wait. If the warehouse was over next to Rollo's house, why am I going this way? What's this?
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
I don't want the mansion.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
What, Pika? She'd be mouthy tonight. I can see a window I can get up, but I'm guessing that I'm not doing what? What's the problem? What's your problem tonight? Huh? What? What's your problem? Alright, just be mouthy. Gotcha. Yep. I like the way you walk. She's boop, 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 boop. I got a pip in my step. Doo, doo.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay. No turning back now. That's not me. Caution. Electrified fence. That's... is that sign new?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he was
Luca
here?
often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Nope, stay down. Do not hop up here. I'm definitely not touching that thing. Well, I can crawl underneath it. Can I pick any of this stuff up?
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off.
Stop!
2 bulbs remained.
Oh, what did I pick up? Picked up a mushroom? That's two.
One more to go.
What did I pick up this time? Oh, I thought I picked up the stick.
The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rollo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's going on
There was
here?
only one way to find out.
Wow, that smells awful. Too bad Rollo's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in here. There's a hose.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid.
Put your paw in my face. Love you. No, you gotta stay down. Oh. So, I go play in it.
The water looked almost diseased.
Thanks for playing, everybody. See you later.
It flowed slowly into the woods.
Okay, so even though I'm bounding through it, locked.
Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper? Oh, okay.
The
Footsteps?
sound of footsteps grew louder.
Where do I hide? Hello? Shit. Shit.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground.
I got the shit.
Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
Oh, I can't do.
This is a story about change.
I can't do
It was
shit.
far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself.
Stories about shit.
But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most
Okay,
will end
so-
in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Okay, well, I apparently need to be a little shit.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Will you just kick her? Make a break for it! What have you done? Ah! Does that little shit just kick me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Rolla can get overexcited
Solomon
sometimes.
Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter. How are you doing? Me? Yes, with all the business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Cool, got shame. Your grandmother has taken residence to keep house? Yeah. How's that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make men's meat. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who's really around, in lieu of the one who tries to compensate for smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say, it's best to rely on yourself. Family is a way of creating more problems than they solve. Solomon
trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Don't wander off like that. I'm too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, Harris. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on the ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. This is shit. Is this conversation gonna go any different? Look at my boy. Hold up a tick. Sorry, Mr. Nuncreed. Kinda in a hurry right now. Boy's got too much of his father in him. Just like I need to get some in his grandmother. I win. Little help. I am the champion. We were racing? Did the road get longer? Like anything ever changes around here. It seemed longer. You just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we going to get around an electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Paul always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great, what now? Well, I did my part. Established that touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. What's down this way? Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company. Looks old. Alright, so that was the only thing this way? Okay. Wow, you're a genius. And I only need to do 2 of them since you decided to throw yourself into the fence. I think that did it. Luca, you never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out! Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome! Did you feel that? What? The excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster's new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. Can't really see what's in here. Who did all this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure that isn't the hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rollo, it would be my honor to throw you in trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank Atomic communicators. Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic, ground command. You're coming in 5 by 5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? It's getting a little stuffy in here. Request an assistant for evac. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Scoot over. I'm coming in. Oh, there's fuzz on my hand. Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back. Get down. We just had a body thrown on us.
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
Oh God, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for
Rollo
clues.
felt around at the large sack which burdened them.
Aha!
He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
Some sort of badge or something. What's it
Rollo
say?
held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Why'd they throw a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag and a bag full of something else. Oh, okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm. This is no time to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rollo, calm down. Dude, I feel like there's something on my face. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I am not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? I'm beginning to see the benefits of your run for your life plan. Right, we've clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? You flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rollo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start a summer. It's what I do. Oh, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass.
Isn't that Curious George, the man in the big yellow hat?
Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Deacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room, and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow.
I would have showered.
Chapter 3. Finding a Friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So I need to get delivered in town today. Can you go do that yourself? Okay. So what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. We have a phone. Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there wasn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Really, we just sort of ran around a
Gran's
bit.
brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. Alright, what'd Rolo do? You're to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave. What? If I'm not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. What? But nothing. You're to stay here, understand? Yeah, say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. Oh, and Luca? You left the faucet running yesterday. Yeah! We're not made of money, you know. That can come back. I got the bleep bloop. Left the faucet running or the fridge door open. Okay, I didn't leave the fridge door open. That's kind of ridiculous. Well, that was strange. Can I, like, call them back? I didn't know there's a phone over here. Fuck you, Grandma. Okay. I need to know if I can do it. Da 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 da. La 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 la.
An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Hello? Is anyone there? It's the walkie-talkie. Hello? Rolo, is that you? Over. That was it?
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
Hide. The aliens are here. Hide. Oh, hey, Roxy. This about me accidentally kicking you yesterday? Is Rolo here? No? Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rolo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rolo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weep Wood, and then it was late, and we went home. Weep Wood? If he's alive, I'm going to kill that little creep. Is anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his
I'm not allowed
throat.
to leave. Rolo. Where are you? I'm not supposed to check the library. I thought I was supposed to check their hideout. Alright. Off to not... Wait, hold on. What's back here? Oh. Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad. I'm fucking everything up. Hope you're happy with me. See you soon. La 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 la. I like not listening. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Bert. Have you seen Rollo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. They're setting up lots of the stuff for the festival. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back. Hey, Judson. Have you seen Rollo come by this way by chance? Afraid not. And elusive as this fish in this pond here. What? I think I read that wrong. Alright, well, Rollo's missing. Just chill out here and fuck off. See him out here. I always like to check the library. Why the fuck would he be at the library? I'm not talking to you again. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she'll be here, then she'll be here. I don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, and waiting for Roxy, when I could be standing around, doing nothing, and getting paid for it. Well, come on, Lumi, Rock needs our help. My parents won't listen. No offense, but isn't Rollo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Weep Wood. Our shift doesn't end for a couple hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right. Fitz? I said Fritz. Fitz and I will check Weep Wood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weep Wood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. Check the library. Don't know why I check the library, but...
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge.
So, Liam Neeson.
If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato!
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Oh, hey, Luca. You snuck up on me. Okay. I know we're playing a video game. I know it's just story. And it's just all imaginary. But how fucking creepy is the mere fact to see a penguin with hands instead of flippers? Does that not fucking weird anyone else out? A fucking penguin with hands should have flippers? That's fucking weird! Good book? I don't know, just started
He
it.
gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that 70% of the bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are two queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy? That's interesting, but you haven't seen Rolo around, have you? Recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If you see him, you'll be the first to know. Who the fuck are you? Hey, Jace. Hey, Luca. Did Rolo come by? Nope. Well, I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on the days with new issue drops. Rolo's the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh, roger that, Space Cadet.
Mycological phosphorescence.
Bless you. Ugh, more like my complete loss of interest.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read: Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring.
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics.
Well, hell yeah.
Most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs.
That's a lot of fucking comics. I jump on the tail. I can't jump on anything. Why put a jump button? I can't jump on anything. I guess I'll jump down the steps.
There were rarely any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A
Excuse me?
salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Succulent. I'm glad I'm reading all this, or I wouldn't have got the succulent one.
A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu, one of the greatest acting minds of our time, by Patrick C. Montesquieu.
Oof. Nerd. Nice. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh yeah. Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You're new here? Yep, not by
Beck's
choice.
family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections.
Sorry.
She would tell you she prefers it that way.
Looking for my friend Rolo. He didn't come home last night. Not that you would know him because you're new here. So he's missing? I guess so. Like missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here?
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, more than you'd know. Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What's up?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Well, yeah, technically it's landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rolo. I guess Rolo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. Name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. Let's go. Hey. Joey, have you seen Rolo around? No, sorry, Luca. I've had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. Can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rolo. No, the beetles. I don't give a fuck about the beetles. Do you think their temperature confused their cicada rhythm or something? Circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I am no beetologist. beetleologist. Is that what that said? Just keep an eye out for him, would you? Of course. Ooh. Dang, they boarded up the way in. Bastards. Okay, we're gonna have to find another way in.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expect from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. What does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
What the?
As quickly
Cool.
as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. It seems dangerous. Hey, Tish, look what the cat dragged in. That kid looks like he needs a beating. Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Oh, don't say things like that. It hurt Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yup. She looks fine to me. Why, hello. I don't think we've been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot, Tish. Yup. You've probably heard of us. I can't say that I have. I'll forgive you just this once on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this dud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? He hasn't even told you that his parents skipped out on him. Shut up. It's true they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Well, look who's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First, his pop croaked, and then his mom finally couldn't take any more and bounced. Did I get like a charm
Luca, his
to
sneer
drown the
lit
little
by the
bastard?
glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city. But a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, Luca, looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs.
At
Dud.
the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Arrgh!
Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
You jerk! You ruined my clothes are ruined. I'm gonna.
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
I don't feel so good. Hef? I'm sorry, I just... Oh, shit! Yup. Hell yeah! Woohoo! That was intense. He's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this
The
seems
person at the
okay.
warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rollo. You took the words out of my mouth. You don't even know him. Okay, I can't run that way. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What in the dickens are you... What in the dickens are you up in this part of town? We were just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. It can be disorientating, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Well, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get yourselves lost. Get lost yourselves. Now, come on back. I can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She's worried sick. You should march straight home, I guess. Back your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work
Beck
anyway.
glanced toward Luca.
Guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me.
Yep.
If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits.
So, I fucked up that kid though, right? The kid's dead.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rollo. Alright. So Gran never came home. Gran? Roxy came over. She was worried about him, so I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. It turns out Rollo is safe and sound.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond,
No, it wasn't.
listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass.
Oh, your mom must have left that in there.
"You're fishing with bees?"
Oh,
Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee.
is that true?
He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. "Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right." Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go!" Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run." The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Okay.
Luca's
Yeah,
eyes
close
struggled
my
to focus on the
or
walkie-talkie.
change my clothes, by the way. Rolo?
Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca! Rolo, is that you? Luca! There? Rolo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit? Took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in, for now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kerr? No. Trust. Hold on. Someone's
The
coming.
signal went silent.
Rolo. Rolo,
Luca
where
held
are you?
still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay. I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can barely
Rollo's
hear you.
voice began to fade.
We're losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The
With that,
treehouse!
The signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna! He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Hello, you're
Luca
a
grabbed
genius.
the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
Also, you know, Crane's not back yet either.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
So do I have to dash, or are you going to automatically dash? Because I had to itch my eye. Okay. So we all understand our roles. You can count on me. I think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while the danger persists. I hear him. You just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. I just wish we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How is Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all. I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in
The
agreement?
three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Gran? Why are you meeting with Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Hey, Luca. Ah! Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. She's adorable. That's like the cutest fucking bat I have ever seen. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Grant enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your grand been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified, or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? I'm gonna stake out here a little bit longer. See you, Luca. Fucking slink down in the bushes. I'd better get to the treehouse. I was wanting to see if I could go back and talk to Gran. Can I sneak up on this? I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is good.
The two boys shared a mischievous grin.
There's a lot of kids in this fucking town. Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. Oh, something about that. I'm gonna stand here acting all cool like I know something's going on. Can I get in the perennial harvest? Someone's there. There's a light on. This is actually really adorable. I love the art. Why is the light on? Rollo! Rollo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rollo. Yeah, announce that. Mr. Kerr said you were all right. What happened out there? Dang it, Rollo, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
Beck, isn't it? I've got weapons in here, so you better come out now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me! This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second, and I get to be like this forever. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day with his positive attitude and the power of friendship. You're such a dick. Fuck off, be an ugly little monster. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Weepwood. I only came here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Rollo? It's not safe, Luca. Rollo, where are you? The treehouse. I'm at the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they're going to the treehouse? The Clipboards. What did I tell you? The perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile? That's a word. He shaved and haircut it. Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic. You stay here and I'll see what they want. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in a second. Of course. We have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of there. Who's out there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the Clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They're saying the same stuff, but with a creepy knob cranked to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run!
He slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd
like
of
one
clipboards,
shot.
William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave us such a heck of a scare. Go away. Just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry, though. We're here to help. Help? And why were you chasing me? Luca, you can talk some sense into your pal here. Just look at him. He's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honkin' big question, Luca. All you know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. You just need to let us up there and take care of him. Told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. He is. Poor fella just got a little lost. That's a lie. That is a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why? Because he let you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is going to give us all a heck of a sore throat. Who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Oh, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and I'm the only person who's in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do
Caught
when
in a
there's no
trap.
hope?
I
He
can't
wiped his
get
cheeks
it
with a
out.
sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
That's literally the only option I have.
Luca
All right.
drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
I think that's the wise thing to do. Hey, Mr. Kerr!
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Hey! That was uncalled for. More than a little rude. And just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to
Kerr
this.
turned his back on the two boys.
End this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of
You
valor
only
here.
gave me one option.
Let's put a pin in this for now.
Well, we can struggle here. We can go back to here. And we'll bust out the tickles.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey, Tish, want to see something cool? Yep. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yep. Yep. Yep.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
I don't see tears. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Oh, she shits herself. Yep. What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us?
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
No! Not on Beck! Whoa. What a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your
Beck
hair.
shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh, God. Glad we got,
Chapter 4.
get to know Beck
The
more.
best policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess.
Good job, Luca.
Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a
Roxy
panic?
and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? Oh, we were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
What the fuck's wrong with the squirrel? We're running out of
In
time.
a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in Weep Woods yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse, but someone that was there in a strange suit. And we hid in a dumpster, and he had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up. And I ran home. And it's all my fault. And now my best friend may never come back. Whoa! Or that's wow, not whoa. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay. I
Roxy
promise.
drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I want to help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sound like a
Luca
plan?
wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. Don't touch that! You believe in this story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. I'm wondering if I should, like, grab and take one of these. Okay, I can't. Can I go back to the Valentine's?
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate.
Okay, nothing new there. I have a feeling I'm going to be climbing in here, though. Because that window's open. And I can walk back this way, so I'm wondering if I can climb the tree or something's going to happen and I climb that window.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Well, don't sneak up on an old fella like that. Sorry. Who are you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boy's antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? What the fuck's going on with the music? Y'all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. If there's something you know, something that can help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at
Can I
Mr.
shit?
Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all.
But he wants to pay my grant.
It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
There was...
A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first, we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage. Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end.
Fucking old man trying to bang my grandma?
Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong.
Yeah, he's trying to bang my grandma.
Okay, let's try something else.
All right. Well, I think the only thing I got is struggle there. I need more.
This is a story
This is really
about
kinda cool.
struggle. Luca could hear
He's
a
trying to
machine
learn.
humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine.
Okay.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jams last night. Deja vu. So I'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rollo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One to Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Other to Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a peculiar interest in my jam. Yeah, he wants to jam, all right. There's some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. He's bad! Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day's still young. Hello? It's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well. We can meet tonight. Hey, Rollo. Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be annoying. But good news. No more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what'd you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rollo, I got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, it's a whole thing. Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. What is over to the right, by the way?
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
All right. So, Mrs. Fratelli and Mrs. Trivoli, you can tell those jerks how many, doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up, I ain't moving. Okay, there's Mr. Trivoli.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples.
Trivoli.
More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello? Me?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Grant had some jam I'm supposed to give you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, the ones on top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes. The jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam
He
to me.
reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put this on my store shelves post haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course.
He
Of
leaned
course.
in for a final whisper.
Of course. Oh, 20 times. Okay. Wait, no, hold on. Okay. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? Oh, you're one of those annoying kids. I don't know. Somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert, do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. I beat that child. Don't beat children. Oh my god, those type of kids are annoying.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Okay. That was unhelpful. So I wonder, like, if I'm not looking around as much as I could be, if I'm missing out on things. Because I got the smack from smacking the watermelon there, so I'm like wondering if there's like things hidden. Hi! Can I go stuck behind you. Last Chance Diner. See, I didn't even know there was a... look! There's a little bat! She's so cute! Hey, Dawn. Dawn. Hey, Luca, what's
Dawn
up?
had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter.
I missed her the first go-round.
At night,
You didn't
she
even know there was a
searched for
road
the
there.
story that could be her big break.
Hey, she's so adorable.
By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
I got you on jam delivery, eh? Yep. Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately? What sort of weird things? Stuff going on at the old Valentine building? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't quite say yet. I still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Have you seen the new kid around town yet? New kid? Yeah, came in from big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this. One of them is working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest. And the other's working for Eris Valentine. And the Valentine represents Beacon's past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as the town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. Alright. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look
She
at you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? She is. It's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. Yep, I don't see it. So cute running around your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? Oh, we got break. I got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. You want to take your jams and shut up? Few things in this world can keep a mother from her
Luca
son.
shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh, yes, let's see
Mrs.
here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, there even have my name on it. How
She
thoughtful.
carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
And tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do. There's something fucking weird going on in this town. What's up, Mayor? If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horde. Oh, sure, sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make an opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. Never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family, for our legacy. Sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Anything else I can get into around here? Alright, well, I gotta go to pervy old man wanting to bang my gran. What are you guys doing? Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes. This is the news of the day. There's no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more so interested in the town's future. rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Mrs. Valentine. Did I give you an impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. I gotta deliver jams to the creepy old man. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that
Nuncreed
case,
snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until next time I see your grand. Hey, Beck. Hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. I like you, Luca. I like you. Why? How old are you? 12? Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try and keep up, okay? What just happened? Yep. When in Rome. Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what's your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn. Nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Alana? We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh, yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So, you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that, for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Hi, Beck, again. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to the big mansion place. Oh. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late, or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grit. Great. See you there. So now I've got the issue between Beck and Rollo. Okay. What else do I have to do? That's it. I still love that the fact is I have one that just says shit. Here, bring it down here. Shit. I love it. Well, I guess I've got nothing else to do. Do. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Indulgent. Another one I missed. So I wonder if I can hop anytime. It's not giving me any, like... I guess I might need to play this story out first. And who the hell are you? Good morning, Jeff. What's good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival's coming up. The festival. Old man Valentine used to put it on cockamamie shindigs all the time. Where'd that get us? Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I can see it, the difference between the old Valentine Company and the new Perennial Harvest outfit.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
There's the difference between this empty can, soup can, and this brown banana. Those are both garbage. Exactly. Good talking to you. Can I go in the drugstore? All right. Can I go in the phone booth? Since I now know what the phone booth is. Oh, there, little buddy. What brings you this neck of the woods? I was just wandering around a bit. Wandering. How wonderful. Children and their wonderful wandering. Oh, to be young. Anyways, can't let you pass just now. Top secret business that away.
Mr. Kerr winked with a wry smile.
Ah, I'm just yanking your chain. Perennial Harvest is just making a few improvements.
He gave Luca an energetic thump on the shoulder.
Better head home now. Our harvest awaits. Something's up. Hey, back. So who all lives in that house? Oh, Harris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So, 3 people live in that huge thing? I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So, it's empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says they used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use the same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why, are you a weirdo? Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun! Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills.
Moodwells?
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart,
pronounced her name
she
wrong
understood
then.
the necessity
I
of
think I said
change,
Alana.
relied on it
So
even.
it's Alona? Alona?
But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town.
New HDMI switcher.
Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As
I
she
like to eat my
watched
food.
Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
Okay. So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Beck. Manners. It's all right. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like your pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his
She
sleeve.
looks like a Velma. No, it's fine. So, Beck said you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the
Oh,
table.
yeah. Can't mention work. Oh, I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. Now, they just made... Is that because the old deep engineer died? I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement onto the ground. You could have just said shit, you know. It says it right. Oh, there it is. There's shit. Shit right there in the middle. Shit. Oh.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best, and some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you
Beck
didn't.
slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rolo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like a storm's brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Of course there's not rain in the almanac. The rain's outside, not in the fucking book. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It was really good. It really was good. See you at the festival, Beck. She's coming, isn't she? Wait up. I'll walk you home. I knew that was coming.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rolo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rolo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
The sky answered for him as the clouds began to... But the sky answered for him as the clouds began to... I put rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe we should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks weird. Or wild. Not weird, wild. What is it? Gum? Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of the gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh, wow. Roll and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have the time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Oh, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He flipped open the attached card.
Mapping trails from Coach Walker and the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I wouldn't do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? Yeah, fucking superhero landings. I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least it looked cool. You look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? All the time. Like even when people are around? All the time. Well, Rolo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks... Ooh, whoa, sorry about that. She looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with it? I guess I haven't yet. Now we're both on this side of the screen. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do when you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I've figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something, You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something? We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow. I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should have held before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rolo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you
Beck
around.
gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rolo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rolo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
So Rolo was just seriously at the treehouse like, it's fucking raining and wet. And hey, Dawn! Hey, Dawn. Tracking down a lead? You bet. She's just so cute. I love it. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a particular last will and testament. Peculiar. How? He didn't just give his kids inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that Harris had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon. Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him. Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains why Ernest treats him. Poor Solomon. How'd you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source. Okay, bye. It's all lit up. Oh my God, go home. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens, it's no time for fractured friendships. Uh-oh. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir? I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in the creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then. Then it's decided. Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. I just want to lean here and look cool. Oh, the podium's uncovered. Can I do something with it? Old Pickler's Pond. I didn't read that sign before. Old Pickler's Pond. Rollo, are you still up there? I'm sorry. Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back. Never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason. I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little
Rollo
late.
scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar. You weren't even home. What? Storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take them all day to deliver. It doesn't take them all. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, that storm rolled in out of nowhere. I got stuck after dinner at Beck's
Luca
house.
stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she made a new friend. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends. It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to Mission Control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, a storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship! What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word, 'cause that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You could stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this. And if that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa is still around. Wow! What the fuck?
The words hung in the cold night air.
Fuck you,
Rollo's
Rollo!
stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rollo. Dang it. I'm so angry. I'm so frustrated and mad. I don't know. Look at my stuff.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Soccer ball. Rollo. What a jerk. Man. Call me a bad friend. Oh, I'm Rollo. Look at me and my amazing family. Eh. Eh. This is fun. Eh. Eh. Come on, I gotta do something. I figure there's gotta be some place like certain I can kick that. I can kick it at the hall and piss off Gran. Fucking kick the ball around. Alright. Guess I'm never supposed to make new friends. Oh. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
Shut up, Gran! You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm not like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. I don't give a shit. He's gonna be miserable. Fucking. Oh, it's like I can't kick the ball anymore.
Luca dozed off again.
Oh. Luca, see you didn't eat your oatmeal. I wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? Told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So you're planning to sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do some good.
Luca
Noted.
still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Can I go get the sandwich though? Eh. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. I'm getting the idea. I'm getting there. Yeah. If Rollo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he could shove it.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first
Luca
volume.
carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house.
Throw it in the trash.
Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often.
Throw it in the trash.
Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck. Don't remember that name already. Modwell? She said she met you yesterday. What'd she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want to bite before
Without
bedtime.
realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse.
Jumped on the book.
He looked up at his father standing beside him.
Fuck off, Dad. I'm tired of it. Tired of it all.
Walt
You're
was
not
working
here.
a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake.
Okay, so Dad's name's Walt.
Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within.
Shit.
Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's all a Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
How you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Fuck. Whatever you and Rolo fought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. Fuck that little prick. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? Yeah. He was just mad. Mm-hmm. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. I didn't say any fucked up things, though, Gran. One must appreciate friends in their best moments, and accept them in their worst. I don't know. Now get your little butt out of bed. Festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I don't care. I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. You think I'm fucking made of money? But he's the one that... what did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I think I'm gonna just post that. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain at a little after lunch. All right. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay. The book disappeared. Now it's go time.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin.
So far, the longest we've gone through
Despite
without
Luca's
having to
bitterness, Gran was
jump
right.
back.
He needed to hash things out with Rollo.
I don't need to.
A big
Screw
fight
that little
changes the
shit.
nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Where's Beck? She was cool. There you are, Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
I want to look for him. Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now, I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Okay. I'm going to go find my new friend. I will talk to everyone here. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Just want to see everything that's going on around us. They're still there. Oh. Talk to the one person that knows all the stuff going on around here. I got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's why I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped in on the couple of the gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that the whole thing is really special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? Special guest? Who? Haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. And they're asleep. Aren't you open? Alright, last chance or I'm gonna walk away. Yeah, it's last chance diner. Going to town on that piano. Yeah, I go somewhere quiet. How many people went to Beck first? That must be Beck's window that we yelled out of. Let's see, nothing back here. Probably a bad fertilizer one. Looks old. obviously I'm supposed to go to the library. So let's go all the way back to the beginning here. Let's see if we can get some chitter chatter out of some of the people and townsfolk. See if there's anything new or fucking going ham on the piano. Jeezy criminy. Okay. Unique New York. Unique New York. Oh, he's practicing speeches. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremonial
Mr. Kirk
speech.
pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gap box. I never knew that. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. I'll break a leg. Give me the gift of the... what'd he say? Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech. And Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. How does the beetle hunt? How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as a bat. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. Perennial Harvest. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Can I speak to you? No? I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally! This town's still falling apart. The weather's still cruddy, and this season's harvest looks like it's going to be the worse than last year. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change any of that. Exactly. What? Lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. I'm still going to be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Ain't moving. What do you got? Every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Do it again.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything all right? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know. I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Just fucking staring. A couple weirdos. Sure, why not? Thanks, old man. Do it again. I'm most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. It's the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the Foul Harvest. I have my doubts about Perennial Harvest, but I must admit, they do put on a nice party. I was able to return the Perennial Harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it is for the good of the family. Ah, so much shit's going on! Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying? I wanted to see what this festival fuss is about, but I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True. So what you got in there? Books? You're not going to tell me what the next part of my adventure is going to be? You guys have anything of importance to say? Hiya, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
Zariel became flesh.
Zariel. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Who's Griffin? Okay. Hey, Luca. So you're done at the library? Huh? Oh,
Griffin
nothing.
looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Yeah, well, take that. I'm not even going to talk to you. Now I'm going to go back over here. All right, Zariel. I know I'm supposed to go to the library for Rollo, but oh, where's Beck? All right. The library, somewhere quiet. Ugh. Hey, Luca!
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo in deciphering the first riddle. The first... It's amazing how up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, it's over there, sorry, nothing is going on. It'd be a great place for an achievement to pop up. Something like how like a trophy pops up in that area, not in the middle of the fucking screen where I have to read the next line. Oh, you didn't think it was all, did you? Rollo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Oh god, no, I'm not singing, am I? Our planet Far Pole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a
Kato
tissue.
stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. All right, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. On planet Far Pole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. So is it got to
Luca
deal with...
grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
I'll grab number 5.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5.
Be the one, I guess. Ah, you
Kato
found it!
removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
That one wasn't hard. And if you would have, ventured around earlier, known that all the comic books were up there, then go up there and look. Rollo's cipher pen. He used it to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for the purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in Grub. cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift and grub cart. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Oh, let's see. Can I look at any of the new ones that I've got? Is it going to allow me? I'm in Rumble right now, not Break. Okay, so none of the other ones that I've gotten show up here. I might need to continue this branch. Hi, Griffin. Hey, Griffin. Did Rollo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle
Luca
or something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
There's something in it, isn't it? It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
Now I want a corn dog. Pick up when you need some pep. Near the fountain up
Luca
the step.
finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
It's cold! This is getting to be a whole thing. Pick up when you need some pep. Near the fountain up the step. Hi. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. Oh, we got more singing? But Rollo owes
Looney
me.
waved his hands around sarcastically as he
That's a
began.
him. I thought they were both women. I am so sorry. What takes flight but has no wings, your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. It takes flight but has no wings, your final task a friendship brings. Good luck, Luca. It takes flight but has no wings. Huh. Damn it, I was gonna try to walk by him. I just wanted to walk by him. Hey. Hey. You're a jerk! Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you are in this.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
I seriously just wanted to walk by and see what would have been done. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Oh, dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm real sorry. And I'm gonna keep wiping my nose with the hand I'm holding the balloons in. I so didn't read that. Crap. Hold on. Ah. Dang it. I thought I might catch the stream. Always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know. When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rollo. Still my turn. I felt like you needed some new friend to help you. It meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else you want to do today? We could snoop around and find out some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I've been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. Yeah. Sounds perfect. Do it again. Oh, man, I'm getting hungry. Like clock. Hey, I found your brother. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you
Arolo
this.
handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done. I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go to all the trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. And after I ruined everything with my big mouth, this is the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next
Sadly,
year.
This was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the
It
fireworks?
was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Everything, like the whole background turned to fire. Holy shit!
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill.
What the fuck?
Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene, in a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end.
Holy fuck!
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either.
Alright. Hopefully everyone enjoyed.
There are more endings.
Good
More
God.
possibilities. I can feel it.
That one went
We are
dark.
just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Holy shit. Alright, well of course I can go back to break here. That's the weather. But I picked up more. How comes they're not showing up? Alright, I did get flight for the MDC. Or MCDC. Alright, well, let's Let's go back here.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
So this is where I picked Rumble, and that led that whole storyline we just went through. So sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell him about...
Lucas stopped himself mid-sentence.
You promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you gotta tell me. Okay, you can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Lucas saw Beck skulking by the gate.
Don't worry about that. So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? Mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. What did you do? I think we need to go get Rolo. First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. Eris. That's Eris Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course, as long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine, and that means making some unsavory alliances. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. Now, this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, is that change is painful. But, okay, I'm trying to think of who that could be. And, or why? Wow, I was expecting shady. But that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
I can only think it's the mayor. But the way that the one guy from the pharmacy has been, I was thinking him too. Fucking Gran! What? So she's going to be part of the Fast and Furious franchise? There's only one movie left.
A
Family.
chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing
Gran
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5.
What?
What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? How was my gran? That was your gran? So wait, though we've gone different branches, like, are the same? I don't know. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out. Lead the way. Oh God, Rollo. Now, see, we're in the timeline where me and Rollo are friends. Whoa. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Maybe minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Is there anything you need knowing? You'll know it. Absolutely. You just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate. We'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as
The
well?
clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
But... Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. I didn't want to talk to him because, like, there's one instance where he threw me in the phone booth. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me just to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran's a smart lady, Luca. Oh, God. Speaking of which, better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Okay. Well, that didn't get weird, so that's good. What are those two doing? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. Can't wait. I want to eavesdrop.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
So he's a Valentine. I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me. I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she's been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, it's not that. It's not it at all. She's been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would forever be grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of importance to the whole affair. Fuck, why can't I talk now? And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's got to be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about agricultural business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of
With a
potential.
glimmer in his eye, Kurt gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seeds of greatness is already under our feet. All he needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. Do you live in the building? Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rolo like? Rolo? He's Rolo. Alright, like we're having a nice kind of like collective time. Why do we have to have the strange music still blasting? Sorry, I've just never thought about it. He's lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the Foul Harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this Foul Harvest thingy is. Kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, Big Deal Fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or the air, or the soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The Foul Harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. You're saying fucking good morning? Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why. Nope. I take it Rolo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came in town. The Beacon Pines Reborn Initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week, then decontaminated the groundwater. We better get going. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
Thanks. Welcome to Mission Control. You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey, Luca. You know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? Well, I was waiting. I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Oh. Up. Counts. Oh, it moves. Pick it up. Where'd you guys get all this junk at in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Or Luca, you promised to fill me in. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe there were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. And it could have been a woman. How'd you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Harris Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Molo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was proper clandestine. What? I swear, I'm seeing new words every day. I'm almost 40, everyone. Meetup. So let me get this straight. There was an operation, full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine? Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. I just went for a hitch right here. And their leader is your Gran, and she's tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she definitely is hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked that much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It'd been years since I had seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my Gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? It's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. And we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6.
I'm really enjoying this game. It's cute.
Secret Lair.
And yes, it is more narrative than it is, a game. But you know what? It's a nice, relaxing pace after playing so many, different other types.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows.
Like a clipboard.
Reaching home,
Clipboard.
he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? In a different outfit, at least. Never mind. Anything else? Where's that soccer ball? Oh, I'm coming. Holy shit. I'm just trying to see. Okay, I'm coming. I bet there's something either in the closet because Gran took the closet for herself. Rolo, what on earth is that? A ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast's clear? Yeah, whatever she's been up to this week has been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rolo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rolo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
Think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rolo. Drat. It may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah? The closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that's where we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she's always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. It doesn't matter. I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
I left the water on. All right, Rolo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've caught upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded
Beck, you
around
turn
the
the water
hatch to
off?
peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Oh, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random
As
teacup
Beck
and...
pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
seems like your grandma's been doing some remodeling. Dude, only 2 types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. Oops. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. I'm gonna take this like right here or something. Can I look around?
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For
Dad?
a long moment, he just stared at it.
It's not really Gran. She's not my grandma, is she? What you got there? It's my dad. It looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages.
I mean, yeah, you are taking time and we don't have time.
He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. The best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed on.
He stopped at a
Cheeseburger sounds
page
good.
and
I don't know
mimed,
why I'm
holding
so
up a monocle.
hungry at 1:45 in the morning. Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Miss Willoughby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claimed the tap water at his home had been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raised more questions. Like, he came back to this reports later and made those notes, so it might be related to something
Rollo
else.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast, and with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind, exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own
Luca,
hands.
staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did it mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure kept herself busy. Is your grandma a serial killer? I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town, out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The The killer has chosen the next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. Alright. Why would this be down here? Gotta have something connected to it. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution explosive. That seems like something intelligent to have in a house, isn't it? And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed a whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your grand making? Incendiary jam is your grand making? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to
Rollo
find out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
Hits of brown sugar. And ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A Grand Jam Graham? It says, last night I used the disguise Harris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here. What's this all about, though, huh? Grandma toughening it up to make sure she can fight?
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Okay. Cool. This looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town, and if we follow
Rollo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He jabbed down at the
to
end point.
town square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. It's a weird place to hide a treasure. Rollo, doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that symbol has the same... The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So, it's not hiding treasure? That's a real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? Festival! Gulp? Did you say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival? Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door, which means somebody just shut the door. Which means somebody's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep.
Well, I know who. I can tell who it is.
As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yo-ho! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess it's
Rollo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo. Mysterious creepy man? Anyone
From
there?
the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked
As
out
Beck
cold.
flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
It's the one guy who was winking when we were delivering the jams and everything. Yeah. Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver.
Hiram.
Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, shit cop. Why can't I choose shit cop? You know how funny that would be? Shit cop. Hell, good cop, I guess I don't get bad. Hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop,
Shit cop.
hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo
course you
swaggered
do,
past the
Rollo.
chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, 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 Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless.
I mean, he's kind of out of it there, dude.
Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's
Mr.
there?
Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light.
Ouch.
With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Hold on, let's calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way or let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Whoa! Ho ho! Nope. 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 We got... Nope. Nope. Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper! To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up festival? Good
He shook
lord!
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? It's
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Cato could help. Cato could help us find it. Let's go get some answers. So, wait, they just left him down there? Fair enough. This is a dang nice library. Thanks. We work hard on it, and I cannot get over the fact that the penguin has hands. Aren't you a little young to be a librarian? Oh, Cato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. Just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. Who's that? They got you working for free? It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you in Rollo. I can't put you on any higher of the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? The county record. There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great. We'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over.
Okay.
The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult.
She's not really my Gran,
As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are going to pop. You have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm going to end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life until he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got any better ideas, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be a boring county record that kills you. I'll put you in one of these obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. You're a county record. Really? That's the best you got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history.
Beck
Just
slammed
like
her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Jay Hartford here. I love to see you try. Hey! We're a little tired here. Just take a minute
Something
and...
tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what's that name, Beck? In the obit? Jay Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune. 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. That's my grand's name. Juniper Hartford. Maybe there's two Jay Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your Cran's 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living
The
with?
question
I knew
hung
it!
in the
I
air.
called it! That's not Gran! Alright, gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Paul's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents would be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up early. Meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. Obviously,
Luca's
Gran.
heart was pounding as he approached
That's
the
not
house.
Gran.
If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
I mean, like, the three of them should have, like,
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
I left the water running. Shit. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Okay, well, maybe he woke up, escaped from his binding, and
Or
left without a
maybe
trace.
Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Lucas' hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
He
delayed.
flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed, hee. Oh, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I can need to play it cool. Guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Okay, so I can't close it. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him.
The call is coming from inside the house.
With each consecutive step, his legs weakened.
Room.
His stride began to falter.
Mr. Nuncreed's jam is...
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? That her dragging me? Rest now. Let me handle everything. You trying to suffocate me, Gran?
Chapter 9.
Still
A
going.
speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
That's what she was doing.
Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! Okay, well, apparently... Can't get in there. You need to get in there. Alright, let's get going. Can't mess with anything except the punching bag! Nothing else. Crashing again? Nope. Where have you been? Graham put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret message for secret conspirators. Not this one. This one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa! Sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? Looked around, but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran's nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin a round of applause benefiting such a great man. Even that's more than that old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Where is that? Oh, he's over there. Right. Where was
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Ah, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. She's still reading her book. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. And it's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. And it was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this great town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just on the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are the horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each
His
other.
voice began to build to a crescendo.
Now we now walk hand in hand into a future that we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will make that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone
Mr.
remain
Kerr
calm.
quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one new thing. Always reap what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it's with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits.
At that moment,
And
a
we
merciless
died.
wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
Well, I don't know. I'm really kind of just not real thrilled that this is the way to go.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
I got no problem. All right. Well, we were getting further in this branch. Let's change, I guess, detective. Sly Cop?
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Maldwell girl. Please call me Beck. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems to be a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand, we never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here
Beck
to...
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing if thorough. If
Mr.
not
Tolliver
thorough.
let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, we'll both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down
Beck
here.
was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. Here's one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing, really. The other day, I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in Preannual Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and know where to put it. It's got to mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. Whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Oh, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be... Ooh, it's an anagram. Nun Creed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's nude drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. You scared me half to death. Sorry, you kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? No? He's got me waiting around like a last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Oh. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details locked down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about?
Gus
I
looked
think-
around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so you can make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Harris. He isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered us help. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, what do you think? Who do you think will be blamed?
Harris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. The town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus. Good night, Harris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when the villain makes a good point. We better get the Nungreeds. Okay. Wait, this way.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's easy as cold hard cash. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Well, since we went through one iteration of timelines, have you actually ever seen anyone... Let's read that in how it's played out or put out. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's new drugstore. I mean, Underground Secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
All right, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like I did something. Great, now what? Guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it! You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes underneath the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Rollo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. This suit has a broken mask. So it's Mr. Nuncreed. So we found our mystery warehouse creeper. At least we found their hazmat suit. If it walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. She's involved in this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? Starting to feel like something big. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Paul always says you can only trust a miner up to the point where they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's one thing about Paul. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough of Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Rollo, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome. You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not till we get some answers, Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can't keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. I don't care about our skins. Hold on now. I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before...
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality. Complications. Life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealist doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folk. So you were his sidekick? No, we were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine came to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick in the villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step to...
Oops, sorry. I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know. My Grant isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would she...
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say she's... Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. Honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. The fountain, but why
A
would...
jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source. What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze. And dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following them, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Oh, yep. I love this town. This is a really good story.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments.
I know this is more of a story than it is an actual game, but I actually really like this. I'm enjoying it.
Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
That was intense. Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we were? You were up front, so ooh. Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Well, it doesn't look like we can go anywhere else. I mean, This looks like the only... Okay. Wait. It's an alternate. Because that looks like the house. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time, Nuncreed's getting away. So it's Beacon Pines. But what? Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines. This does look like some sort of frozen replica of the town. I got it. It's obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective? Kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizens of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You'll get used to it. We should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge. One nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe.
I thought Juniper wasn't her.
Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
No, you've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
By the way, I just want my mother. Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And the stillness he began with weep.
And
That's
in the
only thing I got.
stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This all makes sense soon, Luca. And everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
Thanks, Gran.
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
Damn it!
Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Well, all I got is weep there. I mean, I could go back to this branch, but I kind of want to keep over on this one. There's weep, so I guess we'll... Good cop, chill cop. See
They'd
what we can
run the
do.
classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I don't know how this is... I'll handle this. Just gotta play cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my
He
bell
looked
rung.
over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Look at what's going on here. Why did you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? You just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. Why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from my town? An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes?
gestured to the corner.
Barrel of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve
Luca
an
looked again
explanation.
to Rollo and Beck.
Really?
This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings.
He's gonna run!
Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This all makes sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
You just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
You play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
There's another one here, but I missed it. I wonder. Oh, I must get it on a different branch. Shit. All right. Oh, we got flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Let's see, now we're hopping to the other side of the story where
He looked up
I
with
fucked up Iggy
surprise
here.
as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr, we'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across the snowy terrain.
I was just thinking about this whole area. That was actually pretty badass. I think we lost them. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Well, we are home. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation do you end up with one of our radios? Lucky, I just guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? Never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Alright. Oh, there's Dad. Alright, nothing else out here.
disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in
I
snow.
don't want to go through the tunnel.
Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
Manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. What's the readout? It's sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Nah, still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Wood. Looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Alright, hit towards the middle there. Or, Iggy could...
The
that's what I
boys
thought.
stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around? Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. It's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all this leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? I'm gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Alright, I can't run out this way. This way leads to town. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. Fish didn't even have time to run. Or, swim run. Is that like a basketball hoop right there?
The fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
It looks like the stuff they put up around Weep Wood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. Does stuff look familiar to you? Looks like the barrel near the puddle I shoved me into. Yeah.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't going to save ourselves. My face is mangled, this town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's going to be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort.
Why didn't you go inside a building?
If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This happened because I lost my temper. That's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously, but that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody types take forever to understand the very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things just trying to get in a fight?
Iggy shrugged.
Something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission
Iggy
control.
now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. It's perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. She ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know.
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
Iggy
impression.
cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh. It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get into the bottom
Luca's
of this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
You know, should have just went into the building instead of just being out here in the open. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what? What?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting.
Do you remember what we did next?
Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward.
What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them.
Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading, I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder.
What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Eleanor raised her voice.
Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son?
Can we at least get some
Luca
visual on
flinched,
this?
dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy?
It's kind of hard to keep it entertaining when you just have
With tears in his eyes,
nothing.
Luca descended the stairs.
We can like, flip it over to the shit. There's shit to look at.
Mom? Dad?
Oh,
Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
who's
It
this?
stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
What do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's head. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's just all calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You going to help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Whew, is your breath that stinky? Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Oh, sorry. Double tap there. Very well, I suppose this isn't time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
I don't want to go through the pipes. Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Oh, him. I literally thought that was a female. Okay, open
For
them.
a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. And look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weep Woods, or we teleported to some alternative universe. This is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. This is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work, and you need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed. To pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We wouldn't have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities, which complete the tapestry. Well, you can't leave that to you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity. A revulsion. I hate this character. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why did you say the source like that? Why
Luca
indeed?
began to laugh uncomfortably.
This is all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could...
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home...
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Weep Wood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you
Iggy
jerk?
finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Thanks.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. $259K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, come on. It's almost lunchtime. What the fuck was that? Was that sashaying out of the fucking scene like, hey? Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy
advice.
gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luke Van Horn. You're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What'd I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kerr and his myriad little band of clipboards pulled off the switcheroo for a reason, right? Not to mention something about a
Luca
source.
wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at that source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest. Should be a shame if something awful, shame if something unfortunate were to happen to this precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash. What if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Whoop. It can get awful cold out there in the woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to
Iggy
you?
and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Aw, shucks. Now that hurt my feelings. Screw that guy. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not wimpy firecracker stuff they gave kids. The good stuff. So why'd you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop. You guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
You didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Iggy started the fire! Yup. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the look on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back to look for him later, they were gone. I figured some grown-ups found him and
Iggy
tossed him.
triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. I'd blow up the whole goddamn world with this thing. Do you think this is a game? Yep. Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who is way over his head. Hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotten children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast off, loser. Crooked. Just like the whole stinking place. Alright. I'm wondering everything that I'm missing. Alright, so I can't go back to the coffee shop. Can't go to the diner. Not down that way. Or to the Valentines.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole. How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr. Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Trats, it's cold. You two just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It's really something. It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined.
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is merely a flash in the winning smile of managed very... Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play a part. We all play our part in life. Mine just happens to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Bup. That's far
Iggy
enough.
plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oh! Whoa!
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the
He's
cold
got
wet
action
snow.
movie going on
You
here
could
now.
see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How? What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference. They're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
In all fairness, he's just holding the code. Why don't you just... Long life? I'll have you know I could still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part in Phileas
With a
Young.
wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in
Calm
packs.
settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once.
Luca
Well,
had no
accept.
choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Hooray! I killed him! What'd he do? Like fall on the way down and shoot all the rockets up? Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Hey, Nat. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course, those fireworks of Iggy must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before the perennial harvests arrive. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself, but doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side of being of this of a useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the firework made the holes freeze over? It's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would happen in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yes. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you're going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging
Hey,
through the snow.
wait a minute, whoa!
Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
You're joking, right?
Revenge served cold.
You're joking, right?
Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
All right, well, I can accept I can refuse that. I never got anything for that one. I thought, oh, I can hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother, shivering in the raw snow. He began to hum it out loud.
I know I should have went back to see about refusing to accept to drop him, but I wanted to come back to this.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Can I actually stop
Luca
this?
lifted
Okay,
his
I can.
head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The only people who call me that are my mom, my dad, and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother.
What?
Only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward
Ow.
his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their
Scratch my belly.
bodies.
What? Eleanor? I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd pieced together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where'd you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I'm tired. I tried. Why did I think I said tired? Maybe because I'm tired. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We got a party to crash. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I'm tickled pink that we will all be making the choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar! Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean up this place. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated, Miss Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you too. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You snubbling little worm. This grows tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see this festival is a sham? An excuse to have the whole town to gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizers was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is, that's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. The temptuous Eleanor Van Horn. I hate this game for the amount of fucking big words that my small brain can't fucking pronounce. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir? It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed
Kerr
upon.
gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine. What? What?
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No! So you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you to all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Ha! Wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. I'm glad you're back so I can tell it to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistant, Mr.
William
Kerr?
Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! Does anyone else have something to
A
contribute?
helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy, I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm truly disappointed would be an understatement. But silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably let me down. Eris, you failed me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I've been wasting my time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pine is mine again, and I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Crow was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned
Mr.
it.
Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Monic... Yeah. Thespian extraordinary at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for the opportunity. It was truly a role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill was Pat C. the whole time? Wait, where are you standing? Oh, you're right there. Now that your secret is in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to the clipboards, I know that each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Haha, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity if things would have gone a bit differently. Oh, what a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I ever bought. But well worth it. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it. We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Licorice. See, like, the branches are still... Okay. I got a couple things, didn't I? I got malice there. I got a refuse here. Alright, well, let's refuse here.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Alright. Well, we know that one. What does malice do here?
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Ah! Why would I run in here? You son of a beach! In this timeline, I didn't do different. There's some things I didn't do. Hey, Griffin, has Rollo been by? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him on the house. He'll like that. Okay, smack that around a little bit. Nothing happened there. You son of a bitch. What do you got to say? He looked down with a muttered and a gruff voice. Mom always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. But my problems always seemed to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. This son of a beach! Festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know the festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It'd be a shame if somebody...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Dawn? Hey, Dawn? Is it true about Rollo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. Connected to what? I was just checking on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. Typical shady stuff. Who'd be doing all that, and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. Perennial Harvest certainly has the resources. Do you have any idea where Rollo could be? The best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you see him last? We were in Weep Wood, right by Valentine's fertilizer. I'll check out Weep Wood when my shift ends. I'll do my best work at night. You can't walk anywhere that way. Last chance is closed. I guess Miss Fratelli is getting ready for the festival. Oh man, there's so many twists and turns that happen in this. Oh. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Miodwell. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on your staff role. Well, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Alright. Wow. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, Sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? Might as well ask you the same thing of you. Find anything good? Ever since Perennial moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by what they throw away. There's a bunch of shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. I don't want to talk to you, Bert. So she wants to look at the woods. Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're
Luca
okay.
felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He
Okay.
took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all..." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself.
And you?
The doppelganger choked back tears.
I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense?
Through his tears, Luca laughed.
I think so.
His father pulled him in for an embrace.
Time to go, buckaroo.
Luca was startled from his dream by a banging.
Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below.
I'm sorry. Are you in there?
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there. Or I'll... Jeez. I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Rollo? Who are
The
you?
large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll club you with a baseball bat. Whoa. Take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it's really you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo.
What?
Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. Just like Sharper did. He used it on, or someone used it on Rollo, and now he's older. They grabbed me and dragged me away. Where'd they take you? Don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, wouldn't be my first pick as a superpower, but beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang. Pa made me new shoes. Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are
Luca
you so
moved
small?
to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. Kind of tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. Oh, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. I had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger. Ha! I laugh in
Rollo
the face of
shadowboxed
danger.
a few
Ha
jabs.
ha ha ha! I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's
With
up?
a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Why do you have a hat on? Why is your hair blue? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? Oh no, this is my buddy Rolo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How'd you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I'm thinking I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca? This is why we need to improve our security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rolo.
Anything you can say to me, you can say around Rolo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. So that's why her hair is blue and then why she covered her head. Gotcha. I just need to play it cool and hope no one notices it. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? It kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You're the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it'd be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy just seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is. Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. And I can't even pick a single decent radio station. I flubbed that and we'll just keep it in. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But not another
She
peep.
sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? Next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to turn the dial to something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr. Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies. I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What is your report of our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had a chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir. I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We're in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she's finished the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? We seem to be rushing to hit the festival deadline. And rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. So, just so we're clear, when they say loose ends, they mean they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone? Capital
Luca
murder?
gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. As far as I know, Kurt is the top banana at Perennial Harvest. Sounds scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana on the field. The hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that bottle we found at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Bex, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? Creep on the radio said they were going to hold her until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Oh, it's really just welcome map from Mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's one big room marked Founder's Office. It even has exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is,
Rollo
right?
started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6.
The heist.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map,
formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest.
It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement.
What?
This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread, even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
All right, quick recap. Rollo, you're going to talk to Roxy, cordially. Without her in Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial, is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He
new
waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? She'll be so happy I'm alive she won't even
Beck
notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And back, you're sure Alana won't just shoot the whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff, and then Iggy. How are you going to persuade them? I'll think
They
of something.
each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Oh, Godspeed. Alright, well, where's Jeff? Oh, missed the bridge. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow, I admire your conviction. Can he really pull through? Yes. Alright, anything up here? No. Nope. Oh, there's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. What can I do for you? What can I do you for? Sorry. We all know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate's a strong word. Sorry, I mean, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were all right. Great, so
The
you'll
joy
help?
in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk. Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I've got more junk than a king has copper. Ain't interested.
Jeff's hardware closed the effects of the foul harvest when there are no crops. Luca wasn't ready to get. He shouted out again.
Crooked. Ah, they're all crooks. Like cockroaches. Stamp one out, another comes scurrying along, take its place. Shit! Yeah, it's all shit. Still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit? Fight? I've done enough fighting for a lifetime. One more than losing. Time to come and hang up the gloves. Well, it's not hide.
Jeff's brow perked up.
Oh, never mind. What'd you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what need to be done. We're not
Jeff's
afraid.
scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff. They all do. But you'll never hear him say I hid from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I got just the thing. We're out at it. That crate should come in handy. I ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it. Put it on my
Luca
tab.
offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. All right, now I need... Iggy and Tish. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try and tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me
Iggy
out.
raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we're both been giant bags of shit to each
Iggy
other.
gave a reluctant shrug.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But lately, life's been kind of crooked. You know? Crooked? Yeah, well, life's always crooked. Get over it. We ain't interested.
Luca knew he tried again.
I know we've both been giant bags of shit.
Iggy gave a reluctant.
But lately, life's been kind of strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say? What do you say, we? Break our hostilities, at least for now. Like, we do like breaking things. even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak in the Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. After all this is all done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause
With
chaos.
a quick nod, Luca was off.
Alright, well that was easy enough. Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful. She said more than you.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive.
Into the hive.
A good heist requires preparation.
Oh, that's right. We were going into the heist and getting into the building.
And thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention.
Oh yeah, Rollo had to discuss what the hell happened since he was no
Rollo,
longer little
being
kitty
uniquely
Giddy.
suited for the role, would be the first
Tiger,
to
or whatever the
breach
hell he is.
Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Nice mustache, Rollo. Nice. Got your delivery here. Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked it to be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. Suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and such.
With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
I can't do it. I shaved yesterday. Our harvest awaits? Package for you, founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing. I'll just
He
check.
stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
every time with these forms. Look, if you want to explain to founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What'd you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sorry, excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits. Ready to light the candle, Tish? Yup. Suck on this, perennial ham fist. What was
The
that?
distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
We're being shot at. Just open the damn door. I got a job
The
to do.
clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Phew. That was close. Well, probably all the other doors have locks on them too. Our harvest awaits? Hey, I figured. When in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. I guess I don't have to be in character voice with them because I haven't done these guys as a voice, so. But pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Everyone knows what to do, right? They're all right. Everyone knows what to do. Read that all fucked up. Yep. Deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck. In case you need some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Wouldn't there be like security doors all over? That's odd. There's not even any cups for the water. Oh my god, I'm gonna get lost. The whole place just feels fake. But of all things, a fake plant? You can do it! A hallway to nowhere. What's going on here? So far, I've done nothing but walk through hallways. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
It's not Solomon. Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you
A
okay?
familiar of confusion flashed across Solomon's face.
Not Solomon!
His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me. We got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rollo and Becker head to Deep Engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. Can't just leave yet, but they'll catch us again. I gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mentioned it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It's just
Luca
down this
happened to
hallway.
notice a plaque above the door.
Founder. Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. Pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate. He's the
Luca
Founder!
tried the handle. Solomon
Locked.
leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock
Luca
like that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I just poked at it. If you don't know what sort of funny, I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How'd you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. He's the Founder. If you'd
Luca
seen
switched
some of the
on his
playthroughs last
walkie-talkie.
time, you noticed that that is the founder of the company here with oh wow a lot of other secrets. I won't say anything else as we get more into it. Of course, YouTube, if you're watching all one long video, you know who I'm talking about. Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at locked door mark 24601. Need you to get us through. If someone catches us, we should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Shit, password. Surely you don't have a way to get around a password. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. You get an understanding of who it is.
Luca pecked out his best guess: underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you guess that? Oh, it's an absurd password Rollo heard before he was down. When he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down there? We have a friend whose mom's in trouble. We have to get her out. I see. Oh, Luca, I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all the
He quickly
noise.
skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is. Go, 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 go. Curses fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Oh man, no water cups. Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They are trapped, or they're trapped.
With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making her way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Yeah! Make a break for it! Did they just stand there? Did that little shit just kick me? No, just stand there after them! Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say, we got time. Entering Nellie's office. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? Thought you'd be happy. I finally used the Young Chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who's your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of growth spurt? I had more of a gross spew. No, that's impossible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamels of the molars, consistent with Tempest liquamine exposure. Is that what you called the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it's only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on in this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest Liquamine. It pulls energy from surrounding in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvest the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Oh my god! Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial Harvest came in to clean up the mess to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest Liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile, but its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes, I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempest liquamine, huh, to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities. They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Those clothes were all hand-me-down anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott's dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. And it's why we have to get you out of here. I just... like, now. Wait, the vial. I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of the aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we got Dr. Medwell heading your way now. Roger that. Be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80s proof whiskey. Hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is
Solomon
arrogant.
muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly. You're no bother at all. Son of a bitch. It looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. How would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party?
Luca
time
held
will
his hand
tell.
up to the ashtray.
Only time will tell. Still warm. He must have been in here recently. Why would he need to sit on books? It's like he was tiny. Well, I don't know, like this little shit.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing. I believe I'm done looking at everything, so I guess I gotta talk to you now. Really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. I'm gonna get you out of this. I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. Well, when we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Roll low. Before we start tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? There's no window in this guy's office. Don't look at me. I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no. Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor? Whatever that word is, who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer, all connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ah yes, now you've got it. Tempest Liquimine, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional,
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial,
Kerr
please.
presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder
Before
of the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about
Rollo
it.
casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Good thing Luca can catch. Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Luca jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! Luca! Over here! That was way off, but move another inch and I'll
She held it
smash it.
tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
Great. I can't wait for it to be big words that I can't pronounce. You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine. Risk killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency?
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I'll give you my word. If you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. Can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry. He's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think, all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How's this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory and attempted to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, That's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Alright, how about you, big guy? I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have the plan. Rolo. You just need some time. Rolo, it's over. We lost. I have the whole giant control panel right here. It controls everything in this building. But it's lost. Hey, I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know. It's just we were so close. I had a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Did I seriously read that wrong? Time wounds all heals. You know what I meant. Well, time seemed like less of an issue for him now. What's up? Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. Poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. If you've fenced all this, how did you not know that he died? So he left behind a letter, with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents? Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why, what'd it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
Is that Mom? She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. I am tired of this lady and her fucking smart mouth. Just speaks. I mean, he realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from
Here
the hall.
comes Mom!
Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rolo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling.
Hi, Mom.
The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brand. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
There it goes again. Gran, why are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? Everybody, what is everyone doing everywhere? Wait, Why does my camera look like it's actually smaller, though? Oh no! Dude. Luca, what are you doing here? I hit the wrong button. We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Luca's Gran. That's awfully nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone, we got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop
In
him.
one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, guess that's it. We lost. Don't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
You may have tweaked... Oh. With a little malice?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice, the whiskey from his office? Yep. Dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude. Bloop, bloop.
The crowd
goes the
gazed
weasel.
in stunned silence at the now empty stage.
He popped.
The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected.
It worked out though,
Perhaps
didn't it?
a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
All right. Let's go back here and... So we did malice, so we'll do change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
What'd you do? Fart in it? Like, pocket change? Your unlucky penny. Yeah, plopped it in the vial when no one's looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap! He's a baby! Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? Well, what he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child.
I mean, yeah, now you're cradling your own father.
She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what we do what Valentines always do. What must be done? Hurry home and prepare the crib for young Sharper. That'd be a great help. Thank you.
She looked back down
gonna
at the
fucking
infant
throw it
with
off a
equal
cliff.
parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
But in this timeline, did he find out that Gran is his mom? Let's find out.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Well, she just called it her bedroom. Like, oh, hold on. Sorry, Mom, Gran. And none of that. None of that timeline. We got to find out that she's Gran, or she's Mom. Mom, I'm ready to go now. Go on without me. I'll meet you there. I got jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send message without noticing. But now, I enjoy it. Alright, I'll go say hi to Rollo first. In this timeline, he doesn't know that Gran is Mom. I hear you and Rollo have a big plan for that treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rollo 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Alona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into School of Agriculture upstate. Also, Nellie said she'd write down a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. Just can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he's had one heck of a growth spurt. I mean, grown, literally. This morning, he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. So I'll tell him this, because it'll go to his head. But I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way. But he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. Hold on. Can I go this way yet? Or is it just...
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and a sort of natural.
Okay, yep. It's just the same old, same old. What's up, Mayor? Hey, Gus. How's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful, Alona and Nellie, for letting me help. This wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
Perennial Harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new office. You can count on us. Well, it looks like you really found your calling. I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here, that's a dirt mound. This is something to be proud. I can be proud of. Slow and dirty harvest. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta stand here. Okay. Well, I mean, he's still lost. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view. The view's getting greener every day. Nice. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff we're putting on final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change could happen fast. In fact, I've learned that more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that. I better not dilly-dally, gotta get to the treehouse. Well, I was gonna dilly-dally. See what's going on in the rest of the town, but let's go to the treehouse. I don't even want to talk to you now. A little higher. Yup. A little lower. Yup. Too low. Little higher. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want Mission Control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. Oh, that's why I wasn't allowed to dilly-dally, because I have to head that way anyway. I need this big oof. Hi! Doo, doo, doo. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. He has, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination. Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modewell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind is not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope a little nicer the second time around. And that is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I'm endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job, and the whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait for him to teach him to throw a
Eris
baseball.
did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Nice of you to join us, Miss Hatch. Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. I need to talk to everybody. Hey, Nuncreed. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. Now wait, hold on. Are we meaning the empty grave of Walt or the actual grave of Walt? You run along now. What the? Jeff's Wild Ride. First off, where'd they all come from?
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on. No one is too big, no one is too small for Jeff's Wild Ride.
Well, maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Me, 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 me. grab one, we'll come over here and grab one. And oh, everything's gone. Getting it back over there. Fucking bug weirdo. Hi, back! I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in? It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Sounds an awful like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root worthy. You're going to be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of surprise. See ya! There's a tree blocking your door. My mom prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines and thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. Oh, okay. So we're gonna... It's like the old tree when they dug up. So we are going to see where actual dad is, not where fake dad is. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this rides on the house. You're going to want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for.
I didn't finish it.
Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you.
You're welcome.
It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Okay. Done. A good little tree. Best little tree. I was waiting for like the twist that Dad didn't die. And that he was some freak mutant or something. Oh my god. Am I sitting like higher up than I normally am? I don't know. Thanks a lot. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks. I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. And now you can see the line right. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh, God. I won't be long. I'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. You got some good friends. So proud of you. Your father would be proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? Alright, let's not get all sad and zappy and make me upset. No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. It's actually like super sweet. Hope my kids remember me like this one day. Hey, Dad. Dr. Mowell says that over the next few years, this place should warm up, so you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think you finally understand why you left that night. There's going to be a hand reaching out, grabbing him, and bringing him down. Whoop. There were things that you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you. You. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. That didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. There we go. Wow. Do I not get to play? She blew out the candle. Bleep bloop. Alright. I thought we'd at least be able to. I probably maybe after the credits. Now, this only got to be like a little over an hour. Or about an hour. So. Let's see if I can get in and do any of the other choices I didn't get to. Not sitting there. Okay, unskippable credits. Oh. I'm going to mute that because I don't know how it is in general, if that's going to get dinged for anything. So, I really liked the game. That game was cool. I know it was more of a narrative or a novelization of a game than it was an actual game. I really like those kind of games. It's something that doesn't have a whole lot of punch to it, where you've got to be, always doing something. It's nothing I don't mind there. You can slow down the pace of a game and it still be enjoyable. You don't have to be go everything. Go fight demon boss, die. It can be something nice and chill. And that was definitely a nice one to be able to be chill and worth it. So that is a lot of backers. I mean, people wanted something like this, or else there wouldn't have been backers for it. So, holy shit, we're only in the C's. Can still not skip out of it. But yeah, it's definitely worthwhile game to be able to play and have fun. Yeah, as of this recording, it is January of 2023. It is on Xbox Game Pass. As far as it being anywhere else, let me get a. Let me see what it's all on. It's on Steam. Let's see: Switch, Xbox One, Cloud, Microsoft, Windows, Mac operating system. So pretty much everything but PlayStation. So, but if you got Game Pass and want to check it out for yourself, maybe you feel like trying to get yourself some achievements, it is available there. I'm still messing with my camera. I look really pale. This is driving me nuts. And now my camera. I'm waiting. I do want to zoom the field of view back out to where I originally had it. I'm kind of waiting to try to see if I can actually continue a little bit with it to get some of the other things. If I like can continue, which I do. All right, so there's the junk choice there. I knew I had one more other one somewhere. Oh, maybe it's just the junk one. I thought I had a whole nother one somewhere. All right, well, let's just see what it says.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realized he drank his own cigar ash. Oh God, please turn him into some kind of mutant. How'd you get ashes into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. That's a bad habit anyway. Pa always said bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
I hope he like becomes disfigured. Or a real hole. What? Oh! Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying.
Well, it was. I enjoyed
If
it.
that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
All right. That's going to be the note I'm going to stand on because I don't have any more choices. Art, so good. I love this art right here. Oh, stupid. What is wrong with you? All right. So with that being said, that is Beacon Pines. All choices picked. Chosen.